Alright folks, welcome back. It is day 38 with Shashingo. It's been a little over a week. I think it's been 8 days since the last time we entered a new cycle. Be a bit tough. Hold there, party. I will be very surprised if I haven't forgotten like half the stuff from the last set. Since we only had like one exposure. Man. Hey, alright. I'm gonna jump right in. Lots to do today. I don't know how I'm gonna sort out tomorrow because we might have to rearrange the order when we do things for the review for Chinese. Okay. Alright. So let's go and get some moral support. Start with this little guy. Hello there. Oh, one more. Oh. Almost got ran over. Wave to the little guy on the staircase. Alright. Alright, let's start this as soon as we can. Deciding how long I'll give myself. Probably not too long. We have a lot of sets. And technically, all the other sets are 10 days out. 10 plus days out. That's gonna be something. Alright. Start. Floppy is fine today. My hand takes a little bit of adjustment. Oh. Yeah. So, eki, kairu, onsatsu. Bendy. Alright, has come. Eiga poster. Miru. Hmm. Yeah. Enjiru. Hmm. Handle tech. Eiga-kan. Miru. 冷凍する。何それよ。あ、96。Yeah. 風格。It's either 1 or 2. Let's see which one looks better. I think 1 looks better. Senden suru. You call. No. Hmm. Hmm. Never check on that too. Okay. Video cookie. Could be a stroke difference there too. Okay. Hmm. Hiru. Oki. Moxe. Hmm. For a while. For a while. It's been like, in 208 days or so since we started writing. Well, I guess we started writing a little bit later, but more or less the same thing. Shingoki. Shingoki. Hmm. Iku? Matsu. Hmm. Okay. Jutai. Jutai. Next. Denkia. Denkia. Hmm. Akai. Atarashi. Pika pika. Oops. Terebi. Hmm. Scared. Wait. Hmm. Yes. Miru? Miru. Okay, let's check these before we move on. I feel like I dropped a stroke here and there. Okay. That's fine. I kind of got stuck on Koku again in a week. Oh no, Mediocteki was correct. I was kind of thinking it was the other radical. I almost got stuck. I sort of got stuck on On and Konzatsu. Moxe, checks out. I stuck on Kiss. Kando Teki. Oh, I missed a radical on Kando Teki. That's fine. One radical drop is not the end of the world. It's tolerable, so we'll push another 3 days. Okay. Alright, on to the next. Keep it brisk. What are we up to? I think we have like 10 sets now. No, this is a long day. Okay. Where are we going? Okay. Noto Pasokon. Scared. How? いや、ダウンロードする。冷蔵庫、冷蔵庫。冷たい。冷やす。入れる。I'm gonna shake off the morning rust. Renji. 温める。Am I being a pet? No, I'm not being a pet. 開ける。閉める。ゲーム。楽しい。熱い。開ける。地図。探す。行く。見る。 Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yomu. Hmm. How? Shizuka. Yeah. Zashi. Zashi. Atarashi. Hmm. I'm guessing Yomu? Yomu again? Yomu? Omoshiroi. I am not quite. Where's the? Sorry. Sorry. There might be one extra stroke there. I don't know. We'll find out. Uekomi. Shizen. I think. That one's a little sus. Kakureru. Iwa. Alright, let's check. Alright. Okay. Nope. That's the correct number of strokes. Okay. Alright. So I paused on there. Good. Looks good. Looks fine. Looks fine. Nope, we're good. Alright. It's 2 down. I think 8 more to go. I think there's at least 8 more. Okay. Next one. Off we go. So I'll put the color palette here. Okay. Where are we now? Okay. Uh-oh. Yeah. That middle, the middle two are a little rough, so we'll see. Oshu toire. Iku? Agasu? Bendy. Bendy. Hana. Saku. Saku. Kirei. Oh, right. Oh. Mizu o yaru. Oh, there. Achio? Akio? Yeah. Hana. Yes. Hmm. Jidohan Baiki. You just finished your today's SAT prep. You came here to hang out a bit now? Nice. Uh, how do you feel about your SAT prep? I haven't heard SATs in a while. Has anything changed about the SATs? How does one prep for the SATs nowadays? It is close to 20 years since I've thought about the SATs. Actually, it's more than 20 years. Yeah, maybe like 22 years ago. It's been a while. I don't know if anything has changed. Yeah, sweet. Son. Oh, they're digital now. Oh, interesting. Wow, that is something. Yeah, digital. That is a big deal. That is really different. I feel pretty confident because I have a lot of time to prep, over half a year. Ah, solid. My man. Prepping over a long duration. Yeah, the makings of an excellent scholar. Yeah, things, I like that. I'm glad you have confidence building across a set of time, right? I think that goes a long way. I understand. This probably sounds cliche coming from me at this point. I'm sure people around you say the same thing. But much like language learning, I don't know if you're interested in language learning. Um, adults who like people who graduate into like graduate school and college and whatnot, when they come out, if they're incredibly successful, a lot of times or consistently successful, usually are those people who do little at a time, right? When you think of a daunting task, this is a very thing that I see quite a lot. When people uh, visualize their goal as something that is like just that, as opposed to like a long process, right? It can be, you can get stuck in this route of quote unquote procrastination, as cliche as that sounds. Generally speaking, though, eventually there's this development of background processing or negotiating and deviating study across a long length of time. So much like language learning, if you view it as not becoming fluent in 4 years, more as every day I'll try learning a word or two, it becomes a lot more manageable. At least I think. That's kind of what I thought about your comment when you said you feel pretty confident because you had a lot of time to prep, like over half a year. A lot of people would say, well, I have to do the test, I'm going to prep a few days before or a week before and think about it later. That's kind of neat. Do I remember you? I'm the one who had Chinese 1 year anniversary a while ago. I'm not sure if I recall what we talked about for the Chinese 1 year anniversary, but I think so. I think so. What? Yeah, I don't remember we talked about what you did to celebrate. But yeah, still congratulations on 1 year anniversary. Yeah. My memory is quite a bit hazy. I think it's been Quite a bit, right? Um, how long has it been? I want to say more than 2 weeks. So now you have time to chill. What are you gonna do besides ace the SATs? I haven't taken an exam in a long time. SATs was something that I didn't quite understand when I was younger because I didn't know what it was. So, didn't really know the idea of prepping for such things. I think I was told I needed to take this exam and I just took it. That's about it. Same went for pretty much everything else. I see. Oh, there, Arian. I do. A bit. Arian. I don't know if our conversation was, you're gonna have to give me some, reminders of what that conversation was about. Yeah, so what are you gonna do now that you can chill? I asked, when do you take the SATs? Is that still the same? You take it, SATs is like junior, senior? It's your birthday, well, happy birthday. Happy birthday. What are you gonna do on your birthday, Arian? No mi mono. No move. You're probably just go to sleep because you're super tired after school and get ready for the weekend. May I ask, when do you take an SAT? Is that when you're a senior or junior in high school? I really don't remember at all. You're taking it in the middle of your junior year and you're starting the junior year. Okay. I see, I see. I don't even know what's on the SATs anymore. Now I'm curious. It's been a while since I've worked with high schoolers in mind. Yeah, so good. Is that so good? That's a little sus. I'll check it there. That doesn't. I'm I'm getting Casa and Sawayaka mixed up a little bit there. Keep up the good work on the Chinese, though. I'm looking forward to the day we use our Chinese to speak and write to each other. It's funny because after you pass it, you will also have to pass the Polish end of high school exam. Yeah, I was gonna ask about that too. And I won't have to try hard for it like my friends if I ace the SATs. Here's a question. Your Polish end of high school exam. Is SATs... Okay, now you're throwing me for a loop here. So, is SATs the same thing internationally? For your Polish end of high school exam, is that suggesting that you're in Poland? I don't actually know how like, if it's the same SATs. Let me see. You want to study in the US, so you have to pass the SATs. Oh, and I also have to pass the Polish one. Oh, okay. Oh, you're like, yeah. At first, I thought you might have been a outside the United States, and then when you mentioned the SATs, I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I was like, I don't understand why you're... Fun fact, SAT is much easier than Polish one. So here's the thing, right? The SAT is largely, if I recall, the SAT is... Yeah, the SAT is an admissions test. It's not a I don't necessarily think it's meant to eliminate people out of college admissions. So if it was meant to be easy, I would earnestly say that they weren't. I don't think the SATs were meant to be difficult, if you know what I mean. And every state has their own exam as well. I'm not sure if it's any easier or harder, because I don't remember what the PSSA was. But you have to also know that the students have to pass all their other exams as well. The SAT is just largely for admissions to college. It's kind of like the GRE for graduate school and the MCATs for medical school. I don't know if I've ever... I like Googled this, and the first question that comes up, people ask it, how difficult is the SAT test? Whether the SAT is hard or easy exam depends on you and how you study for it. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, I think one thing for sure though, as one grows older, much like language learning itself or the tasks I do, it's really often people don't at least I personally don't think about whether it's hard or easy or how it's comparable, or rather, and more so how well I can perform on it, as opposed to like what I have done to prep for it. So if I perform a certain way and I accurately knew that that's how I will perform, that's pretty much That's pretty much something that is far more valuable than trying to predict based on how hard or easy other people think it is. Yes, you have to pass all your other exams, and there's a state exam. So uh, the exam SATs is the federal exam, um, but every state has their own exams as well. Although I kind of think the PSSA was really relatively similar. I graduated from a high school in Pennsylvania, so the Pennsylvanian state has exams too. Yeah. You'll probably get used to it if you wanna. If you're gonna end up studying in the United States, you're probably gonna get used to it. Exams vary by state, and they also vary. Qualifications and stuff vary by institution as well. So when you go into college, you'll probably find that depending on if the college is a state college or a private institution, the exam and requirements are varied in the United States. It's very difficult to. I don't want to like scare you or anything. I think it's pretty cool because when you get to go to a specific college, you have varying colleges. And if you're a very studious student, which sounds like you are, you get hopefully you get the opportunity to like look around and find a college that suits you. It can be a little bit overwhelming, but I think when it comes to like college in general in the United States, it's kind of like shopping for something on the internet. The more time and like the if you do your due diligence, right? If you're diligent about it, hopefully you find a fit for you. Larian, Durian, you miss your college days. I see. I do too, actually. My college days were the days that my life changed. I wouldn't be the person I am today is closer to the college person that I became, as opposed to things before high school. Oh, so there are more tests. Yeah, I thought there was only SATs. You gotta go though. I hope we will chat in Chinese in the future. Yeah. 我要去睡觉，谢谢。下次见。Yeah. Yeah. See you next time. Good night. 晚安。晚安。Take care. Take care. Good luck with your exam. You'll nail it. Hey, I can't wait to hear what college you end up going to in a year or two. It'll be really, really exciting. Or we can talk about colleges. Ooh, that'll be fun. Oh, that'll give me another incentive to catch up on colleges in the United States because yeah, I can't wait to talk about colleges with you. That'll be exciting. All right, sleep well. Okay. Where were we? We were. So you were a college graduate as well, Clarion. What was your major in? I majored in biochemistry, molecular biology. MAKU. Itanai. Ipai. Saikuru. Okay. Neko. Languages. Ooh. Literature, linguistics, translation. Spanish and Portuguese. But you also got to dabble in other stuff like Galician? Where's Galician from? But before college, you already knew Japanese and Chinese, which drew me to... Oh! Well, that's interesting. I see. Well, I don't know too much about language learning or linguistics. I did go to a liberal arts college, and my electives threw me into my interest in writing quite a lot, writing and literature. So I had some background in like British literature and creative writing, but a lot of the writing comes from professional writing in science. Galician is like a minority language in Spain. Oh, okay, pretty similar to Spanish. No Catalan, as opposed to Catalan. Oh, and you said Spanish and Portuguese. So is that have you done also Central American? Scientific writing is good money. I worked in academia, so scientific writing is free. If you know what I mean. Or technical writing actually is what you mean. Yeah, technical writing can be very useful. It can make you... It can be very profitable to have technical writing. Yeah. Scientific writing is public domain. So, you are at the mercy of getting funding from investors by promoting legacy by writing and discovery. So the writing part only costs money for a academic scientist. However, in industry, there is a chance you can definitely use like scientific writing and your skills and whatnot to work for like a biotech company. Yeah, publisher pairs and all the shortcomings of academia is so sad. Yeah, unfortunately. It is it's like a really, there are gives and takes. The pros are, the downside is financial stability or support for your research is at the mercy of political interest, right? Political and potential investors, while at the same time it keeps the checks and balance of turning scientific writing and discovery and academics into a business, or it mitigates that. It still is very much a business because you have to draw in funds to support your research. However, it is mitigated, as in, since you know that when you publish and it's public domain, that kind of thing, it's one of the areas of publication that one could say there is less financial influence, predatorial financial influence. It still very much is, but far arguably a lot less than other forms of publication, like journalism, right? Uh, Not to say journalism is still a lot less than, let's say, content creation. So, it kind of goes up, for better or for worse, unfortunately. It's kind of like wanting the cake and eating it. Is there any way of a system where you can freely publish and be accessible to everyone, like open source, and not be incredibly poor and at the mercy of opportunists? You know, you can queue like technical writing, like open source stuff, right? Open source stuff. When you make your stuff open source, now your competition is everyone and all the potential opportunists, right? And usually the creators and the inventors and the discoverers would no longer have proprietary over that. So it's a give or take. Goodwill and free sharing doesn't accommodate well with the human condition of opportunism and self-preservation. Yeah, and even suppose solutions like open access journals have issues. Exactly. So it's a human condition thing. It's a human condition thing. We got it. Everyone, has the right. I know this sounds a little bit cliche for being an American, but I do earnestly believe, hopefully in this world, there will be enough resources for the vast majority of people to find mutual ground. However, in the long run, it's either self-preservation or that promotes opportunism, or being incredibly privileged, right? Like myself, I would consider myself in a privileged position to be okay with doing things freely without the urgency and necessity to promote some sort of opportunistic, lucrative venture. And that part of my life, I actually got pretty lucky. So, got through college, had scholarships. So, technically, I didn't earn the vast majority of money that got me through college, through graduate school. So, that system is still in place to support those who want to stay in academia. However, then the reality slaps pretty hard that, well, that resource got to come from somewhere. And ultimately, a lot of the academic scientists are a different breed of people who hopefully are incredibly privileged so that they aren't pressured and desperate for some sort of financial incentive. That's obviously the reality. Is it's a mix of both. As politely as I can probably say it, it's tough to run labs, discover something, print it out, and then have opportunistic people spin it in a way in which they can apply it and then make money off of it, as opposed to reinvesting in the research and hoping the research discovers more things. The reinvestment comes with potential incentive, right? Cue the here's a few that I have like really close potential tangential relationships with. The whole blue light thing, right? Glasses protect you from blue light sources, technology that's used to limit blue light exposure to your eyes that may affect your circadian rhythm. Well, I just happened to be a person who had the privilege to see a seminar and interact with the lab that was involved in that research. But obviously they're an academic lab, so they publish freely, and then that knowledge, arguably, in my opinion, like most things sometimes, was inappropriately used in order to spread more or less a fear and uncertainty that promoted possibly a multi-million-dollar industry revolving around like eye protection and whatnot and that type of thing, right? Pretty much anything goes. Healthcare, nutrition. When you have a research says they make the money, the people who did the research didn't make the money in order to support their funding. Weird. What goes on? It happens every single day. So I imagine now you're a professional in some way, Clarion, with your background in linguistics and literature and whatnot, and languages. How are you applying those disciplines right now? Suru. Okay. Yes. Zuru Gashikoi. I'd rather not talk about my personal stuff. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries. I prefer to ask and be rejected than not ask at all. I like that you're you at least acknowledge that you don't want to talk about it. Sometimes you kind of get different interactions when you're needing to read subtextually. So what do you do for fun? Do you do anything with your with your language proficiency for entertainment purposes? Okay. Oh. Oops. Okay. It's perfectly understandable. About professional job questions. No pressure. Hawaii. Language learning itself is inherently fun for you, and you've traveled, lived in different countries and stuff. Not so much in recent years. I see. No. That's a little too personal. I was gonna say perhaps family. Been watching a lot of reality TV lately, which isn't particularly intellectual. It's certainly conversational though, if you know what I mean. You kind of get the opportunity to watching reality TV gives you that as opposed to like the monotony of reality TV in a language you're most comfortable in. Using a target language that really gets you into the lens of the behavioralisms on how other target languages interact, right? I watched quite a lot of reality TV actually back then. I guess, do you call them reality TVs? They're more like talk shows. Especially the Asian variety. is often like talk shows. Yeah, when you said you traveled and lived in different countries and stuff, but not so much in recent years, I was kind of being a little cheeky. I was like, maybe you have a family, maybe some little ones, you know, that kind of thing. I often think when people go through phases in their lives, you know, they travel quite a bit, globetrotter, but after a while, when they start to settle down, often that implies maybe a transition in their life, in their personal life, which can be a very bit of a personal question. But I kind of like the idea that someone gets these opportunities in their lives to travel, do what they want to do, and then go through a natural transition into another phase in their life where they find, you know, romance, intimacy, legacy building with their families. Because I do honestly think those who are privileged and incredibly satisfied and intellectually engaged a lot of times are very unlikely to have family. And that's kind of a shame in my opinion, because kids having kids when you're very well inclined and happy makes for a very lovely picture of parenthood. No family, you're queer and don't want family or kids, no traveling for other reasons. Oh, okay. That's fair enough. That's understandable. You don't want family or kids, huh? That's a fair choice. I can tell you I've heard it's odd to say this, or maybe it's not. No, I don't have a single friend that have decided to have kids. Like close friend. And almost all of them are academics. Actually, all of them are professional workers and academics. So I'm kind of like alluding to a trend. You personally don't understand the mindset behind spending time and money on kids. That's perfectly alright. That's understandable. It's a stage in life that perhaps may not be necessary for your, you know, your choice of happiness, right? Perfectly understandable. I have a fairly strong desire to spend time and money on kids, largely because I actually don't understand the importance of carrying a legacy of which I can't take to my grave. So that's kind of like the alternative perspective, right? Uh, kids are the product of legacy. As much as I am happy, if I am sufficiently happy, I have more than enough happiness to go around. So contributing to a future generation is an extension of my happiness. That's only saying that if you can determine that someone is sufficiently happy, secure in life, they're able to build a legacy. You kind of get the kids as legacy thing, but I guess for me, creative or intellectual endeavors are an intuitively better form of legacy. That's perfectly fine. You're choosing. My argument here is both, as opposed to one or the other. But I guess I can kind of see how you would think having kids would sacrifice your ability to have creative and intellectual endeavors. That is certainly true, because your time is only so much, right? The kids are a creative and intellectual endeavor. So having inability, unless you don't work, right? You don't work in a capacity that has to do with interacting with younger generation. That's earnestly the impression I'm getting right now, which I won't pry into any for the sake of being, respectful to your personal space. I can see how creative and intellectual endeavors can be separate from raising kids. For myself personally, I don't see them as separate things. Creative and intellectual endeavors involve raising kids as well. One must become a most emphatical. One must remain intellectually intellectually stimulated and creative in order to raise a kid. Yeah. In fact, that's probably why I like the idea of raising a kid, because I want to see. This is gonna sound. It's not a game to me, and I don't want to make it sound like a game, but I want to see how good of a father I can be, and that is very creative and intellectually exciting for me. So, not that if the opportunity doesn't present itself, then that's perfectly fine. So I can definitely understand the whole not having family or kids. I'm perfectly comfortable in the way I am, so it's more like a why not as opposed to a must-have kind of situation. I take opportunity when opportunity presents itself, as opposed to excluding them potentially for my own interest at the moment. You agree child raising can be very creative or intellectually interesting, but I don't think it's necessarily so. Fair enough. I think for a lot of people it can be a very mundane affair, and for a few people a regrettable and futile life choice, because not everyone makes a good parent, but society expects most people to be parents. That's a fair question. That's a fair statement. I don't know if but society expects most people to be parents. I don't necessarily think that is very reflective of the current societal trends. However, I definitely see that as a past tradition. And living alone and engaging in your own creative and intellectual, like what you said, I totally get, because anecdotally you can find examples of all those. And I can tell you that living alone and doing and pursuing your own professional have all those consequences as well. So, like, that's the idea here, is hopefully that the appropriate people choose to have children, and the appropriate people choose to stay alone, right? So I can make the counter argument that living alone is also a mundane affair, and few people may find it regrettable to live alone without a legacy and love and compassion, right? So it is we are really talking about like philosophy at this point. At the end of the day, as long as you're happy, I'm happy for you. Or I'm happy knowing you're happy. And the expectation thing is very societal. I guess I mean the world at large. I think, possibly. Yeah, I can see that. I think at this point, looking at the distribution of population and like population growth, I think there's a big misconception of where that population is coming from. It's actually very specific to a particular environment. And then the world at large actually do not engage in behavior that promotes the expectation of people becoming parents. They're usually promoting the expectation of people being productive in their life at the expense of exchanging that for raising kids, which kind of corresponds and correlates with your perception now about sacrificing your own productivity for the raising kids. I'm in terms of the magnitude, right? In the magnitude, I agree that the world at large promotes this image of raising kids. Like if you take every human and equate them, the world population is still increasing. However, the increase in world population is very disproportionately attributed to a very specific culture. And then all the other cultures, the cultures that we might be living in, I'm not sure where you're from, but the culture that I'm living in, I suppose, it's trending towards a net negative. Pretty much all of them are trending towards a net negative. And the argument is that there aren't obviously enough resources or time or productivity to sacrifice for raising children. And as more people become skilled, intellectually aware, and knowledge seeking, they are less and less likely to feel that the possibly objective and subjective benefits of raising a kid outweighs their own intellectual curiosity and creative endeavors. So ultimately, societies that are prone to have higher education and lots of privileges and whatnot are less likely to have children. So that's kind of where I was leaning on about the whole society expects most people to be parents. The idea is, I agree with you, they expect. The behavioralisms, though, does not reinforce that. It's actually the opposite. It's more pushing the opposite direction. Looking at just population, economically advanced countries are still in the numerical minority of the world. Yep, that is true. And it is rich, industrialized, urbanized, rich countries where the historic expectation to weaken. That is what I'm suggesting. I do expect to see that expectation weaken across societies in the future. I expect that too, because of normalization, right? When something hits a crisis or when something trends unfavorably, humans react to it, right? So my idea is that my suggestion is the expectation is still there, whether it weakens or not. The vast majority of people are expected to have children or be parents. However, the outcome or the behavior is not concordant with that. Chalk it up to cognitive dissonance or maybe the human condition. Generally speaking, people, I'm very used to the position you are in, at least what you're expressing to me, because largely most of my colleagues all agree with that. They do find time for intimacy though, as in like having a partner to share experiences. Nevertheless, most of them do not seek to and have the same arguments, the same perception on having children. Right. So it's perfectly understandable. And I do agree with all your observations. Those are accurate statements. And that was the platform in which I was building my suggestion, that disproportionately it's coming from a very specific type of societies, and they actually are intrinsically have more population because they promote that type of behavior that is concordant with their beliefs. Even in the advanced or industrialized, urbanized, rich countries, there is, in my opinion, in agreement with you, that there's an expectation of having parents. The pragmatic outcome is that they don't. Largely taking into other factors that provide pressure on not having children. So even at, like, say Japan, right? We talk about Japan because in like Japanese culture, I'm learning the Japanese language. There is still that expectation, yet the outcome is that it didn't happen. So sometimes it's great to point out what is actually happening versus what the belief system, right? You gotta love the sobering reality of observation. For context, I grew up in and currently live in Singapore. Ooh, you are probably the second, might be the first actually, Singaporean I've ever met online. You spent your 20s abroad in the UK. Okay, so you usually try to balance East and Western perspectives. Yeah, me too. Agreed. How I came to that discussion about, like, so I don't, as a person who tries to balance East and Western perspectives, whenever I see like potential generalizations, I tend to like to clarify the potential generalizations, because it's kind of hard to negotiate a balance if one tries to generalize, right? And obviously I am the product of East meets West. So as opposed to someone who was transplanted into different cultures, I lived two sides of the culture. So the thing you're talking about is, why am I interested in kids? Not for the very same reasons that my parents pressure me every day to expect to have kids. And yet China still fails to do so, right? So that's kind of the idea. It's a very important topic that comes up, especially for someone who's in their 30s, which I am in my late 30s. Yeah, sometimes I find myself telescoping a lot from the general to the specific and back and forth. Yeah, it's a wonderful thing in my opinion. I think these type of intellectual discussions are not something that happens so regularly anymore. And what I mean by that is, it's not that people don't want to engage in these type of conversations. Largely is that, in my opinion, there are other things that are engaging them in the meantime, if you know what I mean. I would make an argument that also comes with the whole childbearing question, right? You are far more satisfied and engaged in other activities that stimulate your creative endeavors and intellectual pursuits. You don't have to change anything. It's perfectly satisfactory, right? And much like kids on TikTok and YouTube, they don't have to necessarily engage in anything if something else is already engaging their attention already. Kind of a deep cut, right? This is a very refreshing discussion, by the way. I like how how should I say this? I like how publicly friendly and technical our discussion, which doesn't happen too often other than with my closest friends. We talk about things of many nature. I know you. I'm not gonna push anymore, but man, I'm gonna be a little bit transparent here. Whenever I think about reading someone's like demeanor and how they like present their and express their ideas, the way they present their ideas makes me all the more curious about what the person does professionally, personally, and how they interact with things, because usually you have to keep in mind, since I stream on Twitch, that the vast majority are gamers, special interest people, right? Students who are still finding their ways and their um their things that are important to them, trying to still establish their identity, kind of thing. And that's kind of why maybe I have a predilection for thinking about the welfare of kids and whatnot. I wanted to be a teacher, like a academic scientist on the side if possible. That didn't happen, obviously. It could still happen. I'm not really pursuing that at the moment though. And I'm perfectly transparent about what I'm doing because there's really not that much that would not that much not much there, so to speak. You can take the job away, but you can't take the scholar away from the person. So that's probably the way I would place how I occupy my time these days. Forever a scholar. You've imagined yourself in teaching too? Yeah. You strike me as someone that can be very effective at teaching without like succumbing to the many pitfalls of, I would argue, a fairly thankless profession. No pressure. No pressure though. Wait. No, I don't think there's a thing there. So what brings you on Twitch? Being a, I feel like being a creative intellectual, what brings you on Twitch? Not that I'm trying to diminish comparing a place for content creation or consuming content. Generally speaking, content creation is kind of like have a strong self-selection for individuals who view creativity and intellectual stimulation quite a lot different from someone who has already a professional, highly educated background that has a high priority on creative and intellectual. Right. Like, content creation is, how I say, far younger and passionate, potentially naive and passionate form of engagement or resonance. Now, with that said, I can be a little transparent. My encounter with Twitch, YouTube, and stuff is largely due to my academic curiosity and maybe like social experiments relating to understanding youth because of my predilection for being concerned with kids and maybe raising a kid of my own someday, that kind of thing. This is my attempt to partake and also be involved in youth culture. And it goes without saying, Twitch is a very youth-oriented culture. Certainly something the vast majority of my friends do not share, as they belong to a different age group and societal background. Yes. Wait. Yeah. Initially, you were really depressed. I'm sorry to hear that. Depression is no joke. I would have to. I don't know if you've ever caught me in a digression about depression, but that can be very real. And you were just browsing the furry tag for fun. Oh, interesting. I basically found my way into the furry community on Twitch, which I would describe as very pro-queer and pro-creative. Ah, that's kind of nice to find a sense of belonging when one is very depressed, you know? So most of my time on Twitch is talking to other queer furries and making friends in small channels. Oh, all right. That is certainly one way to alleviate depression. I'm glad you found something that can attempt to mitigate your, you know, your potential like halt and or elevate and combat your depression. You know, depression is certainly no stranger. No stranger. I think sometimes creative, that hyper creative intellectual nature actually goes hand in hand with occasional bouts of depression and potential mania. At least, personally speaking. Interesting. I think what you described isn't all that like uncommon for my encounters on Twitch. I have talked. This subject matter came up a couple times already. Oh, you like that, huh? Intriguing. Do you do any artwork? I feel like those types of communities have a substantial creative input when it comes to artwork. How are you engaging your creative process these days? Is probably what I'm indirectly asking. Hopefully. Okay. You started to learn to draw partly because 80% of furries can draw. Yep. Yep. But it's pretty basic ugly for now. Oh, nonsense. You only have you to compare it to, and in my opinion, sentimentalism goes a long way when it comes to artistic expression. Right. And obviously, while I'm not intimately part of that type of community, I do, as an outsider, make sure I understand the makeup of different trending communities, especially when it has a lot to relate to pre-selection for depression. Right? What I mean is that type of thing. I'm a very behavioral statistics kind of guy, so I was asking. Most of my questions are largely based on statistics and what I've observed as an outsider. So it wasn't a coincidence that that's the impression I got into, that most furries can draw. You used to do more creative writing, like poetry and plays, I see, but haven't in a long time. When will I finish your first, oh gosh darn, novel? I was about to ask you if you engage in creative writing, because oftentimes creative writing can be a wonderful outlet for, and let's just say, a depressive soul that is also finding a place of belonging. Yeah, pre-selection. It's very strong on the internet. I think low key, this is going to be a weird way to say it, but the internet has become somewhat of an intoxicating social experiment, personally. So applying most of like the foundations of psychology and like logical systems and things like that, you know, in terms of like science, you can kind of see how the automation, the convenience, and the like hyper objectification of things on the internet, how that plays really, really well into, I don't want to say exploiting, but in many cases it's exploitative. However, pre-selection is incredibly strong on the internet, and it caters really well. It helps, like, it, for better or for worse, it's a double edge. It helps like-minded people collect together in, you know, microcosms, microcaustic communities, and then at the same time, it makes things very clear. It offers a lot of clarity when these groups are pre-selected together, right? So, as a content creator, I think, or like people who make content, I'm a hobbyist at most. However, I like looking at groups and stuff and how they consider the pre-selection things. It actually makes communication a lot more flexible, I would say. So if I'm a public figure or someone who has to speak to a lot of strangers, I tend to feel like I must do my due diligence to understand how pre-selection, how people tend to think, while also clarifying that there are individual variability. So I like to use statistical normatives to ice break, because outside of that, when I was younger, I had a terrible communication ability, like ability to empathize and offer compassion and whatnot. So now that the internet exists, it's a wonderful thing. It's a really wonderful thing to provide clarity. At the same time, it can very well be exploited. So, goes back to the whole young people getting, you know, opportunists and whatnot. But for older people who gone through a lot of experiences, it is very comforting through pre-selection. Like for myself, I am not a stranger to be pre-selecting myself. So even though today's day there's always like a political correctness that people engage in, I'm okay with someone saying something and making some assumptions, because in a way they're probably likely correct. That's kind of how the internet sorts itself. People meet based on pre-selections. And the drawing thing, for sure the drawing thing. There are quite a lot of other things, but I usually lean on drawing and creative writing. Maybe some fan fiction, some interesting fan fiction. So another icebreaker that I would typically do when I talk to someone who's in the furry culture is probably talk about some very popular trending media that they might enjoy. Like, for example, when Zootopia came out, right? Talking about Zootopia quite a bit. There is a high trend of indie games that I play that happens to feature like more or less animal characters, right? Furries in some way. Like a most recent one would be a one that happens to be a roguelike I guess you call it a third person shooter. Would be like Gunfire Reborn or something if you're into video games. That's kind of a big one. Lots of other subcultural gaming communities that have that interest in mind. Anyways. Sometimes clarity is wonderful. I still remember before the internet. Boy, it takes a while to figure out stuff. Lots of questions. Lots of social anxiety, I suppose. Let's see. What is it? Auto okay. Wow. Utao. Udeshi. Alright, let's check on our third set. Oh, it's fine. Oh, I missed a stroke. I missed a little beep. Okay, that's tolerable. I think that's fine. Okay. Okay. I was not too confident about Sosobu. Okay. That checks out. Still good. Alright. Let's move on to the next one. Oops. Okay. I feel like we're gonna have to turn this into a 4-day schedule and just break up the one-time push. It might be a little bit more manageable. Leaves time for discussion. Okay. Oh. No, I don't. I think it's just hobby. Sure. Nice shot. Sure. Hobby. Nah, there's a hold there, right? Does that look? No, 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 no. Let's go back. We'll go with that. Hobby shop. Oh, wait. It could be hobby. No. Hobby shop. No, we'll just stick with that. Scooter. Kumitate. Shumi. Okay. Game center. Would I like occasional on my Japanese? No, I'm fine. This is my recall session, so I'm gonna end up checking after every set. Unless you're talking about my like pronunciation or something. But generally, these sessions are, I do them, and then I correct them myself. Yeah, so it's after every set. There are, I go through, like, if you saw me flipping through, it's every set of 8 and every set of 24. Then I go check the book. So it is intentionally like that. Oops. Game center. Yeah. You can always tell me something interesting about the stuff if you want. That's usually a great way to like reinforce things. Like how I remember Shizuka. How I remember Shizuka is because of Aoi War, Blue War, because Lotus uses Blue War to remember Shizuka, the kanji for Shizuka. Yeah, no worries. I have a reference for all of these. Urusai. And usually if I don't catch it today, I'll eventually catch it tomorrow or the day after or something. Because the nice thing is I have a reference to self-correct. It's kind of nice to be able to find it. Where am I going? I have no idea where I'm going. Hmm. Weird. Usually I don't get stuck so quickly. Hmm. Guess we'll write what I remember. Camera. Toru. Shashin. Satsue suru. Chochin. Chochin. Oh, actually. Uh-oh. I'm gonna go with this. Karui. Karui. Yura yura. Hmm. Which, by the way, are you able to keep up with all your languages? Like, where are you in Japanese, Chinese, Spanish, Portuguese, and in English, in this case? Hmm. How do you, what are your opportunities to using all those languages? Angakukon. Angakukon. Ongata. Hmm. Koji. depends on where you are in life. You guess geographically and metaphorically. Fair enough. Sometimes some of the languages do decay a bit, but the decaying happens much slower when you get a language to a high level. That's understandable. And I imagine it also takes proportionally less time to reacclimate from the decay as well, right? At least I even feel it not even knowing Mandarin, for example. And I can only imagine what Spanish is going to be like in 3 or 4 months. I'm going to be re-engaging in Spanish again. Oops. This stroke is a little bit erroneous. It's actually a strike through. I just remember that. Let's see. What do you currently use? Like, which languages do you find you more consistently engage in now? Kotoru, Reito. Makobu. Makobu. MAKU. Umi Asaneru. You passed the JLPT N2 as a teenager and don't really touch Japanese for a few years, but I still had all of your grammar and phonetic knowledge when I started watching anime again as an adult. Very nice. Vocab probably needs a little bit of brushing up. Understandable. That's a great example. Currently, you're dabbling in Norwegian for no reason, but I still read stuff in Spanish and Portuguese. Anime. Ah, very nice. Very nice. Where is that Sub-Zero? Sub-Zero's here somewhere. Wait, did I already introduce you to Sub-Zero? Where is that Slacker? That Slacker is a Norwegian who has a thing for Mandarin, but he's like at university and he has a lot of other classes that are taking his attention away. He's here somewhere. I heard him earlier today, so I can Slacker. Speaking of a Norwegian. Yeah, so he's here somewhere. If you ever want to like try some Norwegian. I do this all the time. There's no like obligation or anything. Like I like putting people together if it's in any opportunity. That's kind of neat. You might even be able to, who knows, even like exchange in a way, because you have Chinese background as well. Kind of neat. Are other languages allowed in this? Yeah, you can chat in any other language. It's perfectly alright. I mean, I won't be able to understand you, but I like third wheeling all the time. You know, there's some people who spoke Japanese to each other when I couldn't understand it. You know, Chinese to each other. Spanish. Norwegian, tried a couple times. Sub-Zero is basically the most consistent Norwegian that I know. So he's here somewhere. So if he ever shows up again, you can always try some shenanigans. It's definitely allowed. I like bringing it up deliberately for it to happen. I'd like to picture that one day, right, maybe 2 or 3 years from now, I keep telling everyone this, it's gonna be the same comment every time. If it's not 2 years from now, it's 2 years from tomorrow, the day after. But I would love to have a chat that use hybrid language all the time, because the hybrid languaging allows a bridge language to get people interested in other languages, and it also encourages other people to use their target language whenever possible. You telling me about my knowledge of Chinese, I was illiterate as of 104 days ago. It's been 104 days since I started trying to become literate in Chinese. I grew up with Chinese around me though, Mandarin, and I speak Fujianese at home, which I am home right now. You've always found Asian American lives very interesting and somewhat relatable. Yes, I did cry when I watched the Joy Luck Club. Okay. Oh, that's certainly insight. Because Singapore is also at the weird nexus of East and West. Yes, Singapore, Malaysia, and I would say the United States. If you are someone of if you're a product of diaspora, you specifically will be growing up in the epicenter of one of the biggest immigration spots in the United States. You're either from New York City or from California most of the time. And I say New York City specifically, and California like 2 or 3 places, like LA and very specific like LA. It's kind of like if Singapore, Singapore was, if New York City was locked off as its own thing. It's a hub, cultural hub. Yeah, I would say East meets West there. And Singapore, and then I know a Malaysian over on the YouTube side of things. And we talked a lot about the commonalities of being a cultural hub. And yeah, I'm very familiar with Singapore. In fact, one day maybe I'll travel. I would love to travel to Singapore. Singapore is like, we talk about Tokyo, like Japan and stuff, but that's well and good. I do quite love the Japanese culture and whatnot. In the thing that's closest to me, or most comforting to me, is probably a place like Singapore. New York City is my point of reference when it comes to cultural hubs of East and West. So I would feel quite at home in Singapore as opposed to like Tokyo. And I talked about this. I like the idea of visiting Japan, but I still prefer a place that is a nexus, a cultural hub of multiculturalism, as opposed to like a place like Japan where it's still incredibly monocultural. For people who really, really love and delve into like incredible traditionalism, that's perfectly understandable, right? I like the idea of traveling to China and Japan, but it's very, very difficult for me to divorce myself away from rejecting like my like kind of multicultural background. And that's kind of something that's tough to explain unless you really feel that or identify in that way. Some might think it's a cheap imitation. A lot of times, lots of my life I've been I've been teased apart by saying that I'm always half here and half there and half this and half that, or a third's quarter this, a third's quarter that. And that's often a consequence of growing up in a nexus of culture. East meets West. Let's see. Without saying too much, right? We're gonna be perfectly mature here and say that many times have I been called something of a fake something, and that has something to do with subverting cultural expectations, largely due to the nature of being present in very different cultures. And when you're in a multicultural environment, you tend to be also promiscuous in terms of being wanting to learn other cultures as well. So my fascination with the Japanese culture isn't because it's trending or gaming or anime itself. It's core in the idea that living in one culture is not sufficient to be interesting or intellectually and creatively at home. Constantly being interested in having more cultural knowledge and exposure is a way of life for myself anyways. Once it's kind of a weird thing in my opinion. Maybe we'll use language learning as an analogy. When you go to a second language and when you really acquire a second language, there's less of a bridge to the third, the fourth, the fifth than staying as a monolingual person. And I personally think that is also true when it comes to cultures. The moment you expand into a second culture, it is more than likely, it was far more statistically likely that you'll be interested in other culture as you're going. When you stick to monocultural thing, and the longer you stay in that type of mindset, the less likely. I'm not suggesting that one is happier or sadder or, like which one's better. The idea is to understand human condition, right? The more comforting and the more resilient and crystallized your knowledge and skill and culture is, the more refined it becomes, and the more difficult it would be to completely uproots or integrate something that's fundamentally different. And that's kind of goes with trying to break the mold when someone is like 40 or 50 and you ask them, do you want to learn another language? Right? That kind of thing. Yeah, language learning filled with life lessons. It's a beautiful, it's a really convenient platform for me to talk about multiculturalism. I'm not saying there's no beauty in preservation and traditionalism. I think Japan has a beautiful culture that is very well preserved and isolated still, right? I'm not suggesting for countries to be more diverse or anything. I'm not pushing for that. I think there is a beauty in comparing and contrasting diverse places and not diverse places. There's a elegance to, I think, human communication is strong enough to bridge and have the coexistence of strongly monocultural societies and multicultural societies, at least in my opinion. That might sound a little naive. I don't like, make love, not war kind of thing. Let's see. What's the... I'm missing two things. Shitsukaiki. Shitsukaiki. Yes. Yeah, and not so coincidentally, there's also travel writing that philosophizes on how people are who like to travel. You are also often people who have trouble finding homes or nomadic lifestyles, whether you're ethically diasporic or whatever. And that traveling sort of normalizes that state of mind, being an outsider or passerby. And inducing a way to find solace and peace with that. Exactly. Yeah. So you kind of acclimate to the nomadic lifestyle. I like being in a constant state of dissonance with myself. I think it used to be a place where I found it strange and abhorrent and very negative, largely due to the nature that I did grow up in an environment, eventually grew up in an environment where it's heavily monocultural. So being told that it is very negative to have conflicting like philosophies and ideologies, or being, until I went to like college and then went to graduate school and then started exploring, interacting with international people, like a collection of varying conflicting ideas and a peer review and whatnot. Until I got to that stage in my life, it was a negative source of repressive problems. You're being told you lack clarity, you act weird, or sometimes you act perfectly fine, and then sometimes you act perfectly unacceptable. That kind of thing is difficult to negotiate for a young person, an inexperienced. However, as one become an adult, you're able to navigate most of that. And earnestly, when it comes to how I can like resonate with the idea of a traveler, I travel, not both. We're talking about literally or figuratively, right? For myself, I love being in a state of learning, and being in a state of learning coincides with the idea of being in a state of flux when it comes to culture and even language itself. So lots of things like being settled in one place, consistently doing routine of some things, I tend to stray away from it. So lots of people would generalize, from a specialist background, would generalize like, oh, well, then you're a generalist. You aren't very good at anything, but you have a lot of other skills. Like, well, there's a thing about being very good at learning, or being very agreeable, or being very dexterous and adaptive, as a person who spends most of their time there. So the irony here is one can still specialize in adapting. Being adaptive is a skill that not quite a lot of people on the internet would get used to, largely due to the nature that the internet tries to keep you locked into a ecosystem that promotes the identity that you feel comfortable and currently have. So I meander a lot. Like, there's no guarantee that my language learning journey isn't just going to suddenly end one day or another thing. However, for the time being, I enjoy being a person on the outside and having people on the inside share their thoughts and experiences. A collector of stories. And I like collecting experiences. So I typically don't have goals of being a master at anything, really, nowadays. I did try that for quite some time. A glorified dilettante, I suppose. So oftentimes, I think of this as the other side of the coin. If there was a time to be real, I prefer to be less impressive I prefer to be less impressive, therefore more approachable, than being incredibly impressive and overbearingly intimidating. That's kind of the idea of being. It kind of flows well with the philosophy of being multicultural. There isn't enough time within a lifetime to be a master of all those things. The idea is to grasp enough so that people find you approachable and that you can interact with them. And those moments in time are priceless versus some sort of perfection or strive for excellence. What did you try to be a master in? Well, I wanted to be a great scientist, you know? A geneticist, if you will, of sorts. Yeah. I did quite imagine carving a specific niche into like a particular specialty in, I don't know, viral life cycles. Like, I really did like viruses. It was very, very specialized. It's so specialized that I realized that it dawns on you how specialized it is when every time you go to a seminar, every seminar kind of sounds like gibberish because everyone is so specialized that they have to acquire the skills to be able to communicate across disciplines. And it's one of those things, you have privileged knowledge that when you say something happens or is observed, there are very few people in the world that either can corroborate directly that they performed that experiment. So I was there to some extent, like striving to publish things and whatnot. I don't know what I'm doing now though. Not sure about that. Again, I don't close opportunities. So if there is an opportunity that presents itself, I'll certainly take it. Nowadays, enjoying day, being very happy about enjoying the days as they go by is very, very quaint and nice. In the last couple of years, it's less about the results matter, but the experiences. Let's see. Whoops. Right? Omoi. Okay. Mawaru. Okay, so which one am I missing here? Still can't figure out what it is. Okay, we're gonna go and look. Oh, I know what it is. Okay. Oops. Detention. Ayai. Osoi. Noted. Okay, so let's see. I probably messed up hobby shop. Dang it! I wrote it once. There is a hold. I'm like, I'm saying obi shopu, and I'm like, is it long enough? Is it short enough? Okay, that's fine. We can tolerate. We can tolerate like one drop here and there. Yeah. Should have went with my gut. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Short. Short. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's tolerable. Pushing it for another 3 days. Ooh, 10 days is kind of rough on some of these. All right. All right, next one. Okay, let's switch palettes. Palette swap. This looks good. Okay. Oh, you know what's interesting about this game, Shashingo? The solo dev Ryan, he made a recent call out in the Discord looking for some volunteers to translate this game or to do a Spanish localization of this game. It's kind of neat. The localization for it, like it's still Japanese, but do all the other things. Here's like a entire guidebook and stuff that needs to be localized. How about Kapan? What the heck is that? Okay. Nihon wa translation by it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Sorry, I said Nihon. Kyo wa Maku-san no hanashi. Hanashi wa totemo tanoshikatta desu. Ashita, atashi wa mo ika ikanai ikana kare. You have to go. Kare kareba ikemasen node. Okay. Matane. It was a pleasure. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I had a great time. I'll see you next time. Take care. Stay safe. You know, be happy. Try to find something enthusiastic and engaging. Thanks for the conversation. Okay. Aban. Let's see. Yes. Motsu. Hmm. uh. Gaku gaku. Hmm. Oops. Iho. Iho. Kaku. Karafuru. Hmm. This seems a little suspicious. Where am I going? Where am I going? Um. Uh. Uh-oh. No. Oh no. Hmm. That doesn't quite right. That looks a little bit better. AG Pan. Oh, you know what? I didn't check. No, I think it was fine. Nope. Just kidding. Stairu. Yes, stairu. 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 Tadashi. Tadashi. Yomu. It's talk about it. It's case. Okay. Oh, wait. Wait. I totally skipped some stuff. We'll do both of them together. No, wait. Yeah. Hold. You love college so much, MAKU. It's actually so good. So many new friends, new people. You have someone I'm super close with now. Very nice. I'm glad you're enjoying the college life. Get situated, right? Get situated. Glad to hear that you're taking to college like a moth to the light. I'm just kidding. I've been doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. Not too much since the last time we spoke. Other than forgetting something. What am I forgetting? Alright, I've combined these two, so we better combine these two. Because I totally forgot about I met some interesting people today. Two interesting peeps again. Or had an interesting discussion with two people. Manhoru. About education. Ooh, someone I gave me an update that they're getting ready to pass the SATs and then finishing up their Polish exams so that they can possibly go to college in the United States. So we met another person getting ready for the big. They're starting their junior year, so high school. Lots of up and coming scholars, and I met another person who struck me as a much older. We were talking about kids, like education, creative liberties, and lots of deeper topics about multiculturalism. You just finished your Chinese homework. What was your Chinese homework like, F-Eyes? On hold. Yeah, we're gonna stick with that. Kinzoku. 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 It's Kinzoku. Check this one. This one, not too confident. It might actually be. I'm not sure. No, that doesn't look right. We'll stick with this. Okay. Anna. It's just this. Does that look? No. I think I need a Rui, Marui. Yeah. Okay. Shay, yeah. Nidoda. Right, Nidoda. How big are you? Like, it's really, how big are you? Nidoda. Wa谁? 谁 我是 yeah 我是 for sure something. However many years. Right? どうだ? I didn't get that phrase yet. However, it is funny that you can pretty much read it that way. Like 多少 is how many, and 多 is short, and you know what? I don't think Urui is on there. We're gonna put Urui. Nah, that doesn't look right. My friend said the same thing. He said nobody would say that. Yeah, Nidoda. Yeah, no, not really. It's a weird way to say it. Yeah, I know it means how old are you. It reads like that though. It reads like that. It reads how old are you. You can probably add like year or something. 你今年多大? Like how old are you? It's still how old are you, but it gives a time of reference. So how old are you this year? It still ends up translating kind of more or less how old are you, but specifying a time makes it a little less weird. You know, I'm making an executive decision. I think we don't need to do here. This looks weird. Yeah. Izakaya. Nope. 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 Wait. Nope. Are you liking your Chinese class so far? Oh boy. How? No, that's fine. Ampai. Nomu, and Goro. Tabemono. Wait, is it the weekend yet? Congrats on making through your first week. Wait, is it your first week? Half eyes? I don't remember. What are you gonna do on the weekend? Are you gonna join some clubs? Half eyes? Like get into like a community organization or something? I joined a lot of clubs in my first year. Tried to like reinvent myself and all that stuff. It was exciting. The first weekend is big. Social opportunities. Oishi, oishi, oishi. Yeah. Arai. Sumaho. Sumaho. Okay. Kakeru. Densu. Enwa Bango. Wait. Okay. That's a little bit spaced out, you know. Isu. Suwaru. Gura. Kishi. And then this is where Keijiban. Keijiban was. And then Keijiban. What else we got? Toraku. Toraku. Wait. Toraku. 運転する。Okay. And Todokeru. Was there a slash? Oh no, wait, that doesn't. It's a yeah, that looks. Right? Yes. Todokeru. And then Danbou Bako. Okay. Okay. Sumeru. Sumeru. Akeru. Hakobu. Okay, so what am I missing up here? What is this? Aban. Dakugaki. Alright. Spin around, spin around. Usually it's pretty obvious, but What the heck? I don't know. I've forgotten something. That's a little disappointing. Okay, so what else is there though? Yeah, Zol. Oops. So, Furui. Ekishi. And Eki Sticky. Eki Sticky. Postal. Okuru. Okuru. Todokeru. And Jusho. Jusho. Oh, it's actually just on Yawarakai. Yaku. Skuru. I'm out of space. Kashipan. Kashipan. Fua fua. Shaki shaki. Shaki shaki. Amai. What the heck am I missing? I don't understand. Could it be? Huh. Kabam. Rakugaki. Something between Kabam, Rakugaki, and Suitcase. Hmm. Oh. Oh, actually I see it. Kanban. Kanban. Okay. Namae. And Yomu. Okay. I think I got 2 sets incoming, actually. So, okay. So I kind of got stuck on Keijiban. This is a weak one, but that's fine. We're pretty good. And I was a little bit skeptical about the first character in Izakaya. I was getting it mixed up, potentially mixed up with 10. Dang it! Alright, it's tolerable. Should have went with my... Didn't go with my gut feeling that time. I went with my gut feeling that time. But it's, yeah, fair enough. That's okay. One off is not too bad. Marui, we went with our gut feeling. It was okay. Okay. Alright, I don't see anything else. I don't see anything else. But that's fine. Can tolerate 1 error. Oh, yeah, that was fine too. Oh, that's why I reversed them. Alright. We're good here. Okay. We're good. Alright. In 3 hours. We gotta move along soonish because I started later today. Oh boy. Boy howdy. Alright. So we did 2 sets at once. You know, we can probably do the next 2 sets at once too. And then I'm just going to assume I'd forgotten my last set, the most recent set, and we'll just move to that. Okay, tomorrow. Well, let's get these ones. Happy Friday, Valentine. Happy Friday. How is your Friday going? Okay. Anya. This one's a little sketch. Chumonsuru. I'm gonna have to check that first character. Very good. Was enjoying some writing earlier after your shift at work. Grilled a steak with an amazing crust. Oof. Good sear, huh? And now I'm just relaxing, really. How about mine? Mine's pretty good. I talked to a junior Polish high school student who is getting ready for their SATs because they have thoughts about going to college in the United States. That's really cool. And Afai's informed me that he is absolutely enjoying college and shared with me a little bit of his Chinese thing. And then I talked to someone else who seems like a much older fella who's we talked about like multiculturalism and children and whatnot, like raising family and whatnot. A bit of yap along the way. And so far, the 10-day push from Shashingo didn't wreck everything yet. Now we're still going through our day 1 of the new cycle. Okay. Anya. Oh. Herabu. Yaku. Find all sorts of people on here. It's very neat. The internet really just makes the world smaller. The world is plenty big. No worries. No worries. When you go globe-trotting... Oh, that person was a globe-trotter too. I'm sure you're meeting some fantastic peeps at university as well, Valentine. Don't miss it. Still miss it. We talked about the university life a little bit too. This person knew Japanese and Chinese before going to college, and then studied Spanish and Portuguese, and now they're dabbling in Norwegian, and they majored in language in college. Quite a full life already. Stick. 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 Oh no. Wait. Hold. Yes. How do? I'm gonna sneeze. Alright. Sorry, I had to sneeze. I guess. G-site. That's impressive. I'm trying my best to be present and look approachable on campus. While I'm a bit older than the average student there, I've had a bit of success with small connections. Very nice. You know, really, I don't know if this is outdated. But pick up a baseball cap, wear a hoodie over it, and put your hood on the cap, and then have very, very floral pants. Easy. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But if I were to go back to the university, I always get mistaken by as a student, largely really based on how you wear, like what you wear. But I never had floral pants. I was just making up stuff. But something about a hoodie, picking up a university hoodie and just putting it on, and then wearing some pair of sweats and sneakers, they fit right in. You can practically be incognito. You know, wash that bit of old right off ya. You know what I mean? Something about outward appearance goes a long way sometimes. I always carried a backpack on me, so like a really old school Jan sport. So I don't blame people for thinking I'm a student. But man, something about going to a campus wearing tie-dye shirt and floral pants sounds like something I would do after the fact. Or if I were gonna teach a class, I would walk into the class at least with one article of clothing that's tie-dyed. You're a lover of hoodies? Oh, okay. You wear them frequently, I see. I guess it's my pants, maybe. I wear a belt. Ooh. Belt. That's really formal. You wear a belt with blue-collar working pants. Ah, yeah. And boots, even. Oh. Yeah, nah. You gotta put on some sneaks. Preferably in a very standout-ish color. Or you can buy like a walking or running shoe that has at least a bit of neon reflective color on it. You know, because you're a runner or something. Suggests that you're a runner. And some sweats. That go a long way. You can always opt it for some very colorful chinos or something like that. Or exceptionally longer short like capris or something. Sorry, I'm being like very statistically profiling or generalizing, but something about that makes me going to university makes me want to like wear weird things. I don't know. I didn't do that in my life, by the way. This is only after the fact. After the fact, I was not very expressive when I was in college. I was only learning at the beginning of my time, like when I was in college, I was far less expressive than I am now. So I think about what I would bring the next time if I go to a university. I would most definitely be a lot more expressive. It's not that I'm trying to encourage, like, you know how people say beauty is skin deep and etc. That's not to say that you can't participate in both activities, right? Being outwardly expressing and also inwardly loving and whatnot is both. And it's not really a compromise. Like, you don't have to compromise being expressive outwardly on the outside and on the inside. I feel like that was a very archaic type of thinking. I feel these days, when people are asking, are you going to do this or that? And my answer is, do you have time for both? Because a little bit of both goes a long way. That kind of thing. I get what you're saying. That's definitely a youthful quality to certain styles. My favorite thing aside from a hoodie is to pair a graphic t-shirt, yeah, with an unbuttoned plaid long sleeve. Oh yeah. Ooh, that has been my favorite. I used to do I didn't go as far as the graphic tee. Usually it's like a plain color and then some sort of unbuttoned plaid long sleeve or short sleeve. You know, like you kind of wear like a second layer kind of thing. You never button it up. It just flaps everywhere. That used to be a thing. Always buy them in pairs, or like a plaid long sleeve, but I would like roll up the sleeves. You know, you would fold the sleeves up. Occasionally just fold up one sleeve. Don't fold up both of them. Fold up just one of the sleeves, you know? Or get yourself a pair of cargo, like a tech pants, and only unzip the one leg. I'm just kidding. Now I'm just going a little crazy. Something about it just evokes a casual look. Yeah. I think it's as someone who, like, if you know, I go back to school, there's something really reinvigorating about trying to be young again, right? You don't have to look formal. You don't have to look, and then you're trying to like embrace it, right? Make it feel comfortable again. And that's kind of the when in Rome, do as the Romans do kind of deal. And something about that feels like role playing or trying to connect with your younger self, or maybe a self that you kind of wanted to think of what ifs the second time around kind of thing. So I always thought about, what if I just wore tie-dyes every day going to school? Now I can, as opposed to constantly worrying about you know, I wore all plain clothing, by the way, like solid colors year in, year out. In fact, my wardrobe consisted of very, very similar things, if not identical things. Dressed like an 18th century French revolutionary. That will certainly make you the talk of the town. Like, I probably, well, you can't really wear hats back then. I would probably make it fun. Wearing like slightly shorter pants and then making sure that everyone knows you're wearing mismatched socks. Or here's a thing that I noticed from dancers and like content creators and dancers these days. Buy 2 pairs of shoes. Hear me out here. Buy 2 pairs of shoes, and they're the same design but in a different color, and then pair them up to each other. So then you're wearing 2 shoes with different colors. So like buy a red version and like a complementary color, which would be blue, right? By a red version and a blue version, and then wear the red and blue and alternate between them. You could even go crazy and buy 3 pairs of shoes and then combine and then create the combination of those. Man, I took a date out to see that film Napoleon. Oh yeah, when it was in theaters. The one with Joaquin Phoenix, right? That Napoleon? The moment his horse was eviscerated by a cannonball. I knew from my date's reaction it wasn't gonna work out. Yikes. Is it the one with Joaquin Phoenix? Oh there, Kova. Like the most recent one? It might be someone else, but I feel like it was him. The actor. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I haven't gotten a chance to watch it yet. That's kind of funny how you're describing it. Based on his reaction, you know it wasn't gonna work out. Sorry to hear that, but I guess you found out early? Because it's fantastic and unintentionally hilarious. I see, I see. 40. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Uh, I only remember a bit of it. We'll have to come back to this one. I don't remember. Wait. No. No. Dental ticket. Okay. Kuguru. And why does it feel like that constantly floats lower? This part of the canvas. Alright. Nope. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I think. Jinja. This is a little sus. Okay. I remember this one, though. Oh, GG suit. Minoru. Ryukyo. Hmm. Okay. Okay. So. Odo. Skato. Skato. Odo. Wait. Sugoi. Yes. Wait. Abunai. Hmm. Noru. Okay. Nope. Still drawing a blank on this. Nope. Still drawing a blank on it. Megane. Miru. Karui. Oops. Karui. Kakeru. Kasa. Oops. Yeah. And Karui as well. Oshare. Motsu. Kuruma. Untensuru. Right? Untensuru. Yes. Hayai. Osoi. Okay, we're just gonna combine it with the next 8 because I am running behind. I'm running behind. Still drawing a blank. Indo. Wait. I got it. Yes. Okay. Next one. Oh, deep. Anzen. Anzen. Kumitateru. Like this urusai. Urusai. Okay. Uh-oh. I'm gonna take a guess. Yeah, I think it's this one. Okay. 駐車場。駐車場。駐車する。MAKU. Semi. Say Nick 10. Ugh. The proportions on that is. Okay. Let's do that again. That's okay. Say Nick 10. Iru. Shinsen. 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 Anas. Okay. Still going pretty well, actually. Still going pretty well. Tomorrow, we gotta cut as many things out for tomorrow's new set as we can, because we have a review tomorrow too. What's the fourth thing? Or soup, right? Yeah. Yeah. I got soup. We're gonna have to be creative about how to arrange my geography of this map in the future, because it won't be a path anymore. Aru. Aru. Arubaito. Oh. Wait. 4, 8. Wait. 4, 8. Hmm. What in tarnation? Hmm. Oh, wait, I already written it. It's up here. I forgot about Koji. Koji. Okay. And then we have Suika. Banana. Ringo. Mikan. Kudamono. Juksuru. Ekeru? Hmm. Bekeru? No. Bekei? Bekai? Bekai. That sounds right. Bekei. Bekai. Bekai. Nawarakai. Ringo. Oh. Kari kari. Amai. And marui. Okay, let's see what the damage is. Uh-huh. No! Okay, that's one. No wonder that looked a little bit weird. It goes through the thing. Okay. Okay. Alright, that's fine. I can tolerate one. Okay, that was fine. A little sus. Dang it! That's two. I think that's tolerable too. I had my thoughts about adding the 2 strokes up here. I wasn't sure. I basically know which ones I'm looking for. Yeah, in Erabu. I wasn't sure. That's fine. Got stuck on Dental Teki for a bit. That's gonna be weak. Oh, 3 day comes 3 days. This is fine. Abunai. It's fine. Kakeru. Yes. Unten suru. Ayai. Okay. I think that's tolerable. That's fine. We'll push for 3 days. Say Nick 10. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't too sure about Joel's left radical. That's okay. Turned out alright. Anzen Urusai, okay. Maku semai chusha suru. We're fine, we're fine. Dang it! Okay. It's not kari kari. Where the heck did I get kari kari? Oh. Oh, I got the 2 mixed up actually. Kari kari is the hashipan, and ringo is the shaki shaki. Okay. I got shaki shaki and kari kari backwards. One is crunchy and one is crispy. Come on, give me a break. That's okay. We'll push both. I think that's fine. I'll remember that. Okay. So that's okay. We're back on the path. Alright, this next one is gonna be absurd because 7 days away from the most recent one is... Oh, rough. And I remember the 8 things. This is the most recent set that we added. Okay. Hmm. Oh. Uh. Ninjin. Nope. 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 Wait. Yes? No? Yes and no at the same time. Wait. Uh. Yeah. Yes, I. This was my weakest one from over 10 days ago, or actually 7 days ago, because this is the most recent set. uh. Hmm. Kenko Teki. Right? No. Yeah, Kenko Teki. Thank you, Chinese. Hey. And Duolingo. Kenta. The name Kenta uses Ken right there. Kenko Teki. Akin Saibai Suru. Oh, son of a. I kind of remember the one, so I don't remember this one yet. Saibai though. I feel it was something like that. Maybe it'll come back to me as I'm going. Nope. The next one's even. The next one's pretty bad too. Oh, not this one. But not that one. This one's fine, I think. No. Oh, wait, wrong radical too. Hold up. There we go. Daikon. Yes, I. Kiru. Um. Cook? I don't know. Scooter? What the heck? Daikon. Taberu? Let's just put taberu here. Okay. No, this one's gonna be tough. Tamago. Oh, I do remember this one though. Wadu? I think it's Wadu. This next one, not so much. Oh, wait. Wait. No. No. We'll do this. It's something like this. It might even have... No, that's too fat. No. We'll go with this. It's something like this. Yuderu? Okay. And then, Mawaru. Marui. Sorry, Marui. Okashi. Okashi. Right. Amai. Sorry, not to sneeze. It's Pizza Friday and you're very sleepy. How's Shashingo going? It's going alright. We're getting there. It's a pickup review day. We got what we expected to get. And then now we're working on what we expect not to get. Oishi. So things that were strong stayed strong. Wakeru. Kakeru. Kakeru, right? I need to check on some of these reads too now. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't look right. We're gonna put a box on this right here next to the other box, but the other one's an actual real box. I actually okay, that's very deceptive. Let's just keep that there. That's fine. Yep. Still don't remember what Sai-Bai Suru is. Or Sai. Oh. Dearie me. Oh, dearie me. Where am I going with here? Oh, right. Void paper. Where am I drawing a blank? Oh. Hmm? Yawarakai. Suwari. Nonsensical, I tell you. Marui. It's kind of sensical. Marui. Sakura. Kirei. Raku? Again? Maybe? What else could it be? We'll go with that. MAKU. And Hanami. Yeah, I'm getting I'm getting this mixed up with Hana probably. Possibly. I don't remember what this is. What could it be? It's definitely not this. I'm pretty confident it's not that. Or am I? Man, it's such a common. It's a pretty common character. Radical. Anyways, let's just keep going. We're running out of time. Going too late. He knew. Fua fua. How? Naderu. Is there a den? I don't think so. Nah, yeah, naderu. Fu... Fu... Fudo... Fudo... Oru. I'm pretty satisfied though. Itanai. Ippai. And Haku? Alright. Do I remember Sai by Suru? Sai. A complete blank. Oh, I totally messed up. Goru. I mean, it's holding it. It's holding the sound, but they're using oh to hold the sound. Let's see. Extend the vowel sound. Okay. All right. At least that part is fine. Oh, it is taberu. Oh, heck. Nah, I wasn't even close. Oh, heck. I added an extra stroke. Okay. Alright. An extra stroke here too. Bye bye Sudo, man. Bye bye Sudo. Okay. What else? Dang it. Alright. Okay. 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 Oh, it's Wakeru. Okay, it was a Wa. I second guessed myself and thought it was Kakeru. Wakeru. Okay, it's still Saku. Alright, honestly, that's not too bad. I'll take it. Saibai. I'll just remember that Saibai is weak. And Yuderu is weak. That's not bad for being 7 to 10 days out. So many familiar words? Yeah, I know, right? Alright. That's a wrap for today. So we're good. I know half of the stuff here. We're on page 18. Yeah, it goes up to 36. So you just have to double that volume. Oh, yeah. It goes up to 36 plus 1. I'm sure when we add more, it's going to become more familiar. Like, there are lots of repeats coming up. But yes. Alright, so we push everything except for the last one. We can almost push the last one. Almost. Okay. I think I need something for my middle finger. Like, the pen is like really making my middle finger hurt. You still need to jump into this at some point. Buried in your sub memorize. That sounds like a fun thing. I haven't tried any other things yet. It would be fun to try other things soon. This is still like 3 months out, so I need like three more months before we extract all the vocabulary from this. Then we can move on. By then, I'm liking to believe that So to Speak will come out. The game So to Speak. And then Wagotabi, after So to Speak, Wagotabi will probably hard launch on Steam. Like a official launch on Steam. That's kind of the calendar right now for these things. Alright. Now we're switching gears. Back to Duolingo we go. Alright. That's a wrap for today. Tomorrow is day 2, so we're introducing a new set. And we'll have 2 sets to go over. I have to prep for my review after that. Last day to prep for the Chinese review. I haven't decided if I'm gonna do the Chinese review first tomorrow, so we switch up the pattern, do it first. So I've rested, I'll do that. Then we do Shashingo and Duolingo. We might keep in the same order and then end with the review. It'll be very exhausting. Let's see how the Japanese goes today. Today's new vocab day for Duolingo, Japanese side of things. Alright, I'll be back again. Good writing. We had a lot of wonderful discussions. An interesting take-home message for today's discussion would be there are a lot of perspectives out there on how to find meaning in life, right? We talked a little bit about legacy building for the sake of like intellectual and creative endeavors versus starting a family, for example. It comes with a lot of nuances, and East meets West, multiculturalism have different perspectives on those things. So in the end of the day, it's always nice to find a sense of belonging, sense of clarity for what you want to do in life, and then hopefully it brings happiness, right? Wishful thinking. I hope everyone is finding their way. Anyways, that's a wrap for today. For Shashingo, thank you for watching. We're gonna change gears.